Good. So we have some employment data set to come out here, GDP numbers, whole host of data in a couple minutes, about 1 minute here. So initial job loss claims will be important. Expectation is 231,000. We will see if that comes in hotter than expected. Let's see what reaction we get in the tape. So yields are spiking a little bit. You got core PCE coming out. Core PCE 2.5% in line. GDP higher than expected, 3.3%. You got GDP sales 6.8% versus 6.3. Initial jobless claims 229,000. So overall, good labor market print. Hotter than expected GDP. Hmm. Your dollar's pushed up a little bit. Spiking the S&P. Dollar yields are moving up. So overall positive data for the market. You have seen the S&P spike a little bit here. Dixie kind of just staying, it's spiking a little bit. You've got the 2-year yield up 0.55%. You got the 10-year yield up 0.14. So a small spike across the board for yields, but very minimal. The data is actually pretty good right now. It does show GDP for Q2 coming in stronger than expected. You're also seeing the labor market not being too bad here. So I'm gonna look at these numbers a little bit more. So 229 versus 231. So you're coming in a little less than last week for the initial job loss claims. That's pretty decent. They need to update that. So yeah, positive print so far. Positive prints, you've got the S&P green, IWM green, QQQ green, Nvidia still lagging just a touch. Just a touch. So really decent data across the board. That's not a bad reaction at all. Nvidia is almost going positive here. Tesla's still floundering around sideways. All right, let's see what else we got going now. So monitor that Dixie. Monitor crude oil there. Spy here. So I'm just gonna go through some of these market movers here. SOGP. SOGP. What is that? Not seeing too much here. What else we got? Getty seeing some pretty decent amount of trades in the pre-market. What's we got? Let's go to the top gainers list. So Snowflake, beautiful to see since we are long Snowflake. That is a beautiful, beautiful gap up to the upside on SNOW. Burlington Stores seeing a nice gap up today. That also reported earnings. Burlington Stores earnings, they beat top and bottom line. Revenue 2.7 billion versus 2.63 billion estimate. Great, great, great. Wow, beautiful. Ticker RACE, Ferrari, doing well today, gapping up to the high side. Oh, there's a 2 times leveraged snow. I didn't even know that. SNOU is 2 times leveraged snowflake. I had no idea. Wow, that's pretty crazy. Up 26% on the leveraged snow. First Citizens seeing some positive price action. Pure Storage, PSTG, they reported earnings. Wow. PSTG actually printed a blockbuster report, especially on uh, the EPS side there. Really, really strong print. But I had no idea there was a 2 times leveraged snow ETF. SNOU is a double bull ETF for Snowflake. That is crazy. And this is our big money maker today. Snowflake, we were long with members, so we still got a ton of time. We're riding the 220 October calls. I mean, it's August, September. We still got 2 months left. We're in the driver's seat. And I honestly think Snowflake is firstly going to try to sweep this high pivot. And secondly, I think Snowflake's going for that previous high pivot made back in February. So about 237, I think Snowflake could hit. BURL, Burlington Stores are also helping retailers. So Burlington Stores reporting, breaking out of, look at this beautiful bull flag pattern, bullish wedge formation, and a classic breakout to the upside, bullish pennant, whatever you want to call it. But beautiful, beautiful breakout on earnings. Um, very strong move up about, what is that, 7.3%. So that's helping our retail play, guys. We are along VFC, and this thing just keeps climbing. Basically, we entered the $16 calls down here off of this breakout, bang, and it's just been grinding higher ever since. So that's going to be up over probably 75%, probably almost pushing 100% today on VFC Corp, another retailer. Ticker RAC, Ferrari seeing a nice gap up out of a little bit of a bullish formation here. Markets are looking very, very strong. Dixie just got faded. Yields just got faded. All right, let's keep scrolling through here. PSTG, Pure Storage. That's another one that's breaking out of a flag pattern on earnings, up quite nicely. Build-A-Bear, BBW, pushing to the upside. Wow. I like to watch this stock heading into as we approach a couple months out from Valentine's Day, but Build-A-Bear pushing to the upside here. Very, very strong move for BBW. Earnings coming in, beating expectations across the board. OLLI, Ollie's Bargain Outlet, also pushing to the upside. So you can see there's a clear trend in the market where retailers are doing quite well. Let's look at Markel, MKL. It's trying to push up a little bit. Let's look at CRWE. CoreWeave got a big shout out from Nvidia in earnings, and it is popping up right now, CoreWeave. So CoreWeave looks like it's probably going to try to test at least 114, but a very strong move on CoreWeave out of that basing formation there. Very strong. What else we got? PAHC. That's pushing to the upside on its earnings report, breaking out. Is this new all-time highs? No, not quite, but very, very strong move to the upside. Nice daily chart, weekly chart. Gap up probably is going to get sold into. Let's look at ticker 5, FIVE. That's also looking like it's trying to trend. Probably a bit of a long continuation. As long as you remain above that weekly 200, ticker 5 is looking pretty good. LEUW. Trying to gap up as well, just slightly, nothing to do there. Let's look at Dollar General. They also reported earnings, DG. Nvidia is almost green, guys. Nvidia is almost green. That's pretty crazy. So DG also reporting earnings here, beating on both the top and bottom line. Again, helping retail. So one of the reasons why the IWM is so strong here is going to be retailers, XRT, showing the economy is still strong. MSTR is catching a decent bid today. Crypto's looking very, very strong on the back of a nice reversal. Bitcoin looks a little bit like it's tagging more support. Obviously, Ethereum has momentum behind it, but Bitcoin, I think, is at a bigger support level. Let's look at NSC, Norfolk Southern. That name is also trying to hold steady, gapping up. TRIP, TRIP, also reported earnings. No, wait. Sorry, TCOM. TCOM is the ticker. So Trip.com also reporting earnings showing that the economy is actually staying resilient, breaking out of this really large inverse head and shoulders pattern on the daily chart. This one's probably going for new all-time highs, guys. TRIP. I would consider shorting it into a sweep of this red bar high. I would consider scalp short. Okay. Looking at coin seeing some volume as well. Looking at some of the top losers, ARGX, not doing too much there. CrowdStrike is under pressure, even though their earnings came in pretty decent. CrowdStrike is one that fell pretty sharply down here. Look at that move on Crowd. All the way down to about 387 and change. So there's a chance that Crowd could want to keep going lower. You're sitting right on that daily 200, so I mean there is some support there. But we'll see if CrowdStrike wants to firm up off of its earnings. And the reason that they're coming under pressure on their earnings, even though it was a nice report, they're announcing an acquisition, which is putting a little bit of a constraint on that upside. Let's look at Cooper, COOO. Yeah, that's under pressure as well. Missing on the revenue side, well, kind of just in line with revenue, but a nasty little decline, pretty much near the lows of the tape, down about 16.5% right now. You are coming up into a decent amount of support here for COOO. I would consider a long trade kind of into these two pivots. You got a nice little double bottom down here. This is a COVID bottom. and a 2018 taper tantrum bottom. So definitely some big macro levels from 2020 and 2018. I would definitely consider taking a stab on the long side of this name if we came into those levels. So we'll watch it. Looking at VEEV, Viva Systems Inc. reporting earnings, gapping down as well. Again, they're kind of near the lows of the tape, so not really positive when you factor in that the markets have moved up quite nicely on the session. Let's keep scrolling through some of the decliners. ONC. That one's under a little bit of pressure, not doing too much though. NetApp, NTAP. NetApp is gapping down right now. Tougher name to trade, where I would consider taking it on the long side. Just quickly looking at things, I mean, you would have to go into this area here. This weekly EMA, that would give us a nice sweep of this pivot low, fill this technical gap back to your previous volume consolidation and breakout zone. So that's kind of the only area that I would trade NTAP at. I mean, maybe even down here actually into that fib. So yeah, that's kind of the long level there. Whoops. Let's look at NTNX. So NTNX also reporting earnings, gapping down right now. It was a double beat both on the top and bottom line. I really didn't look at what happened here, but nice gap down, testing that 58 handle. I mean, I would have to wait for it to really come back into this gap fill, but that looks like a pretty decent short opportunity on the trading session. The only hindrance is that the market is looking pretty strong right now. All right, let's keep scrolling through, see what else is shaking and moving. Malibu Boats, MBUU. It's a lower priced equity, only 647 million market cap, but gapping down on its earnings. Actually, no, it doesn't have enough volume. Scratch that. We won't look at that one. CVM. Wow. That stock was trending and now getting absolutely clapped. So that looking like a nice failed breakout. Interesting. Let's look at DKS, Dick's Sporting Goods. So this is one of the only retailers that really isn't showing strength. DKS coming under a little bit of pressure, and perhaps it's because it's already had a nice move off of the lows. That could be the answer there. Hormel Foods, HRL, also reporting earnings here this morning. Missing on earnings, wow, big nasty gap down about 9.72%. Already trading a couple hundred thousand volume, 14.41 billion market cap. Missing on the EPS side. So the question is there a day trade here on HRL, Hormel Foods? I mean, you just look at this previous pivot zone and you probably want to take that out on a longer term basis. Let's see how far away that is. So currently speaking, that would imply another 5% down move. That's probably going to happen. I would think that that's going to be a high probable short continuation. So this is a name that after you get some initial probably profit taking on the shorts, this is a short the pop kind of name, Hormel Foods. That's actually not a bad setup. Very weak on the tape. Breaking at new 52-week lows, so that is a very bearish sign for a nice short setup. Hormel Foods. Interesting. Let's just see a couple channels here. So you have that little initial channel. Yeah, that's looking nasty. It's definitely got some more downside into it. All right, let's keep scrolling through here. What else we got? CHT, Changhua, Changhua Telecom, ADR. Not too much volume there. That is a China ADR. Yield max. BABA and China stocks are under pressure this morning, so BABA falling to the downside. Baidu falling to the downside. XPEV falling a little bit to the downside. So a lot of these China equities are coming under pressure this morning. BEKE. That one's actually trying to push up. This one I do believe got an upgrade on the session. So that's pretty much some of your biggest winners and biggest losers, most active stocks. All right, we'll look at some of these most active stocks here. So Raya, she's gapping up after a huge decline. I can't do anything with that. WAI trying to push up, nothing to do there. Oh my goodness, these names are just absolutely filthy. CWD. That name's gapping up into a gap fill. Interesting. Nothing to do there. TELO. Telomere gapping up here. I don't know what the gap up's about. Probably some news. Telomere reports in vitro data supporting potential of telomere 1 as a first-in-class epigenetic therapy influencing DNA methylation pathways in cancer and aging. That name could probably run, but it's one that just gets pops and drops. You probably don't stay in it for very long, but definitely some momentum behind it today. Obviously, Nvidia had that big gap down, and look at it. It's almost back to the positive. So initial reaction was negative. People are still buying Nvidia up because why? It's the world's largest company. It has the most weighting across the board. But Nvidia, yeah, basically going green right now. Nvidia, it's flat on the tape. And Nvidia did report earnings. And basically, the concern that I'm looking at is from a quarter over quarter basis. So these last two quarters, February and May here, Nvidia was growing at a clip of about 12% revenue. This quarter was just over 6% growth compared to your previous quarter. So we are starting to see a little bit of a slowing down in that revenue growth. Obviously, it's still growing, but we are starting to slow. But massive recovery from Nvidia going green. Wouldn't surprise me for them to take this positive and then reverse it back down a little bit. But still a very strong daily chart uptrend. Very, very strong. I mean, if we just simply put a little marker here where Nvidia dipped to, you can see on the daily chart, Nvidia came all the way to test this impulse green candle, and they defended it. They defended it with sheer force. So very, very good price action for Nvidia right now. All right, what else we got going on in the market? Open Door pretty active in the pre-market here. That's gapping up. So that was a big winner for us yesterday. Hitting our symmetrical move target. Boom, and bouncing quite sharply. So profits were secured on that name. So that's a big gap up on Open Door. Where we already up, call it 7% or so. And this one's probably going to push to about 450, I would say. And then we'll have to see what it does. If it really tries to extend, you could probably push to about 487 on open. RR has been a big mover recently. Daily chart, it did have a pretty decent reversal wick on volume. It still closed positive, creating another daily chart higher high. But definitely running into some sell side pressure in the near term. I'd be very careful about trying to chase it. Just you're probably going to get a retrace today since the market's acting well, but this one could use some backing and filling. Could use. So there have been some new ratings that have come out for stocks. I'll pull them up here for you guys. Keep scrolling through. So there was a new rating, a reiterated buy today on CrowdStrike. Price target 250 by Oppenheimer. Snowflake, they reiterated a buy. Price target 275. HireQuest HQI, I'm not too familiar with that name, but they reiterated buy today. Shark Ninja reiterated a buy today. CrowdStrike again, another institution. Raymond James reiterating a buy. So you got two price targets on CrowdStrike. One is 520. The other one is 485, so about a 20-point range. Snowflake was reiterated a buy today by Scotiabank. That price target is 280. AppLovin reiterated a buy. Trade Desk reiterated a buy. PSTL, Postal Realty, reiterated a buy. And then CrowdStrike, another buy reiteration. Here's some more buy and holds from today. So Ping Insurance, PIAIF, reiterated buy. BEKE, 3 buys. Upside implied price 26.7%. LTRX, not too familiar with that name. Koya Therapeutics, also 3 more buys, implying 153% upside. Wow, yesterday TNYA reiterated a buy, 3 buy ratings, upside price potential 821%. That is filthy. Dick's reiterating a buy 2 days ago, and the stock is down. Interesting. Shoulder Innovations, Transcats, Goodman's, Walmart, buy. Synovus Energy, Boeing's a buy. All right, we'll go through some of these names. Obviously, people are still bullish Wall Street, and granted, the trend is still very strong. So 3 analysts are implying 821% upside for this biotech stock, TNYA. That is just crazy. Filthy. TNYA, 821% upside from here. That's what they're saying. So if we were to hit 821% upside, and again, they don't give time ranges, so that's the crucial part, right? We're looking at a price target of 980, $10. That is crazy. I don't even know what this company does. So again, Oppenheimer has said CrowdStrike should head to 520. And you know what? Whoops. CrowdStrike is not into a bad level here. Let me just start fresh with all of these daily chart moving averages. CrowdStrike's not into a bad level. You just got the weekly crossover on the 7 and 20. It's not a bad zone. There's a lot of support down here, guys. There is a ton of support on Crowd. I would have to think we're probably going to catch a bid at some point. It's just a matter of, are we going to retest those lows that Crowd made down here? Would be a buyer down there. That looks pretty decent down there. Weekly chart, you pierce that weekly 50 moving average. CrowdStrike's not bad. Not bad at all. Let's see where this trend line takes us. So we're going to be trading into that. Let's just throw up a key fib level. Yeah, you can see what it bounced off was a nice 618 zone. Really good 618. Interesting. So again, there's still strong reiteration from Wall Street analysts on CrowdStrike. Snowflake's the big one though. A lot of higher price targets. We got some buy ratings around 275. 275 on Snowflake. Could happen. I mean, you've got this really, really sloppy, interesting inverse head and shoulders pattern on Snowflake, guys, that has already triggered. And take a look at the upside price target on Snowflake. So what I'm going to be looking to do, since our call options for October 220s are already deep in the money, that was an options trade alert sent out to the options group. I'm probably going to be looking to take some of my profits and roll them out into some farther dated strikes. I might not do it today, but again, I'll be probably sending out a new alert for Snowflake at some point today, maybe within the next week. There'll definitely be more price to trade in this name. But Snowflake has triggered this really, really weird inverse head and shoulders pattern. But it's looking bullish, that's for sure. And our calls will print. That's the main thing. That is the main thing. Let's look at this HQI. So HQI, I'm not too familiar with this name, HireQuest. But HireQuest is getting some buy ratings, price target of around 13. Now, I don't typically follow analysts, but certain charts they could work. Typically, reiterations of buy ratings are kind of near-term exit liquidity. They can work out, especially with quality companies, but this one's definitely a dead stock right now. I'm not going to touch it. I don't really know what the heck it is about. Probably some hiring company. Shark Ninja also getting a reiteration today, a buy rating. This name has broken out of a bullish pattern, but you can see that it tried breaking out and got heavily rejected. So I think it needs a little bit more time just to digest some of these gains. But realistically, when you clear this pivot here on a daily chart close, 123 and change, you got a nice potential move to the upside. from the zone. That's still another 20%. So Shark Ninja is still looking pretty decent from a technical standpoint above all the key daily chart moving averages. I think you just need to digest some of this gain, but that one is not looking too bad at all, guys. Shark Ninja. Definitely still a very strong chart. Very strong chart. All right, what else did we have? We also had HPQ earnings that came out. The stock was up, and then I saw they got dusted. Yeah, look at that. Up, down, and now basically flat. So talk about trapping liquidity on both sides of the trade. Let's look at AppLovin this morning, APP. AppLovin right now still looking very strong, like it's probably going to break out to the upside. I'd have to think that's the likelier scenario. TTD also got some reiterating buy ratings. So TTD right now is still depressed down here, but trying to get some momentum back to the upside. I would love to see it go a little bit lower. PSTL also got a buy rating today. Wow. Postal Realty pushing here. Yeah, that's a strong trend right now. That looks like it's going to take out the highs PSTL, but a nice reiterating buy rating there. Not too many sells. Let's just see what else we got going on. Victoria's Secret VSCO also reporting earnings, guys. That name is gapping up. So another retail stock pushing to the high side, showing the economy's ripping. Girls are buying lingerie. Must be all those OnlyFans counts. No, a lot of girls just shop at Victoria's Secret. My girlfriend included. All right, so right now it does look like pretty much the main trend is your retail stocks are just ripping here. DG, Dollar General, pushing a little bit to the upside, triggering potentially a nice little flag pattern breakout. DG is a name that can squeeze. The clear near-term target is this gap fill around 120. So honestly, if the market stays firm, wow, look at that. DG actually filled that gap in the pre-market. So the chances are it running up to that area is pretty strong. Let me just look at these Visco VSCO earnings. Wow, that was actually a decent print. An extra 500 million in rev, blowing out their EPS. That's a really good print. This one's probably going to run to your daily 200 moving average on VSCO just in the near term minimum. But that's also a strong earnings. Again, retail stocks pumping today. All right, I think we've covered quite a few stocks here. Let's look at the energy complex right now because that's obviously important for the overall health of the market. So WTI crude, still trying to float and grind, digest this impulse candle. What I'm observing here on WTI crude, guys, is a little bit of a near-term trend change. You got a bullish crossover of the 7 and 20. So things in the energy space are looking much more bullish. The fact that we did get that crossover is telling me that we're probably going up to test your 50-day, at least retest this high pivot, and we'll see if they want to reject crude back lower. But crude's in the near term shaping up for a nice potential bullish recovery here. Again, the clear thing about crude right now, as long as you stay above your 20-day moving average, which right now is sitting at 63.26, crude is a long here. And realistically, the long level to trade against is kind of a daily close below this impulse candle down. So if you get a daily close below crude here, then it's a continuation short down. But as long as you stay above this low pivot here, crude is looking very strong to the upside. So XLE is probably going to get a continuation bid. XOM, although there have been strong, some of these individual names, and they look like they could use a bit of consolidation. That's the way these assets typically move, is they just start pressing up in very, very sheer force. So energy market's looking pretty decent for sure. Let's look at natural gas and then uranium. So natural gas also going from red to green. Another chart that is looking very, very constructive to push higher is nat gas. I do think natural gas is probably going to keep trending to the upside here. The big thing is inventory stay for natural gas at 1030. So we will see what happens with this asset class. But technically speaking, nat gas is putting in a really decent potential weekly engulfing candle. I mean, nat gas, if it takes out this weekly high pivot, you've got an epic weekly reversal signal on natural gas. So honestly, yeah, that's where I think nat gas could head to today off of a good print is 299. 299 on nat gas looks pretty decent from my perspective. Let's look at the US dollar and then yield. So Dixie right now was under pressure earlier on off of that data GDP jobless claims. It is trying to firm up just a little bit. US 10-year yield. That's also trying to firm up off of the lows, just basically went flat on the session. Your US 2-year yield is actually outperforming a little bit better, guys. So I think interest rates are pushing up in the short end of the curve. One, they're slightly oversold, and two, you got strong labor market data and strong GDP data and strong retail data, which is showing that, okay, perhaps there's still going to be a little bit more inflationary pressures over the next 3 months or so. But core PCE today did come in line, so obviously we'll see. But typically, higher growth revenue in your retailer stocks could be an indication of a little bit more inflationary pressures, and certainly the consumer data that we had at the beginning of the week showed that you're getting strong retail prints across the board. So stocks typically do push up in a higher inflationary environment. So yields are kind of mixed right now, but green on the session. Let's look at our crypto space. So again, Ethereum trying to push up. Bitcoin looking a little bit more constructive than Ethereum. I think BTC is going to recapture some of that Bitcoin dominance. But really, nothing to do for me yet. Let's see what else we got. Using insights. So yeah, a lot of price raise targets on Snowflake. Fubo to launch Fubo Sports on September 2nd as a lower priced bundle. That's interesting. Let's see what Fubo's doing. Yeah, gapping up a little bit. Untapped launch beverages product. That's nothing. There's Snap investor deadline. Oh, that's just a lawsuit. Quantum exchange. Blah, 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 blah. Just going through some of the news headlines just to make sure we're not missing anything drastic here. Dollar General CEO on conference call reportedly said tariffs have already resulted in some price increases, so inflationary. Dominary files to sell up to 2 billion of securities, blah, blah, blah. Right now we have Nvidia down 0.46%, IWM up 0.4, Qs are up 0.16, S&P pushing here in the pre-market. Hormel Foods signals tough year ahead as CEO concedes profit recovery will lag. Oof, that's never a good sign. So that was one that we're actually looking at for a short continuation is this Hormel Foods. It is near the lows of its session, but I'm not looking to short it right out the gate, but I do have a price target down around 24.40. So $25 puts probably look good, but I want to see it pop a little bit. I do want to see it pop a little bit. So I'm going to watch this one on a side window and I'll see what's set to occur. All right, let me scroll through my master list here. PLTR, that name is still trying to shake off some of the selling, acting quite well. BBAI still trying to shake off some of the selling. After NIO had a big decline, it is gapping up now a few percent here. Tesla tried breaking out yesterday. It got rejected on the daily chart. Right now it is positive, but Tesla hasn't confirmed the breakout just yet. So very, very tough name. Doing a lot of people dirty right now. KSS trying to push up. Dragonfly DPRO after having a heavy rejection from the highs, pushing right back up several percent. VKTX trying to make a little bit of a move and a continuation move into this gap window. So that trend is looking decent. Nice push up on Marvell. Marvell does report earnings after the close. This is a name that I'm very bullish on. Obviously, anything can happen in the earnings, but I'm leaning very, very bullish. I have long positions in play for Marvell. HIMS, HIMS, after seeing a nice reversal down, HIMS is gapping up a couple percent right now. CVNA trying to push up a little bit. UNH kind of flat. AMD is positive in the pre-market. Let's look at SMCI. SMCI right now also positive in the pre-market. That's really good to see. Gold and silver. So gold right now trying to push up. Looks like gold wants to try to test the top of this wedge pattern. GDX still strong on the tape. Silver right now still acting quite well, like it's going to push up. Robinhood is seeing a nice little bid this morning, back up a couple bucks. CRM, I'm surprised CRM hasn't made, I mean, it's trying to firm up off of the lows here, but super, super depressed. I think CRM has put in a low pivot here. I really, really do. All right, guys, let me grab some more tea and we will settle in for the open here. We got 8 minutes. So again, I do have some trade ideas on watch, but they're not ready yet. So, but Hormel Foods, again, I'm looking at managing my snowflake. And I just want to see how this market settles out in the true intraday price action with NVIDIA. Right now, that S&P 500 is still trending for a very bullish pattern. I mean, you look at on the SPX, and this you got two inverse head and shoulders patterns on the SPX that give you much, much higher bullish upside price targets. But it almost seems too easy to just go long off of those patterns. It almost seems like they want to do a little bit of a dip lower and then a continuation rally. I don't know. That's just me, but we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. All right, I'm gonna grab some more coffee and tea. Unfortunately, Snowflake has had a pretty decent decline here into the pre-market. It was much higher on the tape. Trying to eat some of my profits. What are they doing? 220 calls are still in the money, but Snowflake coming in a little bit. All right. How's everyone feeling today? Ready to make some money? Mic check. Let me just make sure. Mic check, mic check. Can you hear me? Mic check, mic check. All right, Telegram's all good. How's YouTube? YouTube mic check. Is that all good? Think YouTube's having some issues? You're all good? All right. Thank you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All good. All right, guys. So again, Snowflake 220 calls are going to print for us members. I'm looking at probably taking some profits off of that. Again, SPY right now, very, very strong. Very strong. We'll see how it wants to open here. Keep that 10-minute chart open. I'm watching NVIDIA. We got the Dixie pushing. Got Hormel Foods that I'm going to watch here. Nothing's into a real trade level yet for me. I'll let the first 15 minutes settle out and just manage some of the swing positions. NVIDIA's coming in a little bit, still down 0.5% as we head into this earnings. So S&P gapping up right now, looking strong. Snowflake coming in a little bit. NVIDIA's catching a bit of a bid. SPY still struggling just a touch. Coming in. IWM coming in a little bit. Big push on NVIDIA, guys. Really big push. NIO's pushing. RR down 8%. Tesla's green. SoFi's green. SoundHound green. Big push. Wow, look at NVIDIA just ripping here. Monster push to the high side, lifting the S&P 500 like a beast. Holy moly. What a monster. What an absolute beast. SMCI pushing. NVIDIA is a beast right now, guys. It's pushing. The IWM's getting sold into here as the S&P 500 is pushing. A bit of a short zone potential on the S&P 500 coming up. Just want to make sure we have a interesting. SPY is on beast mode right now. IWM is losing momentum here though. So you have the Russell acting a little bit weaker off of the open, getting sold into. Snowflake ripping, guys. Still riding those 220 October calls. I'm not looking to trim them yet. I want Snowflake to keep pushing. I think Snowflake's going to go probably back to this high pivot sweep. It's looking very, very strong. So 229, I think upside calls on Snowflake, but that is acting very, very well. SPY right now is still acting very strong itself. NVIDIA getting some top wick distribution on NVIDIA. Snowflake still up 12%. Snapchat's ripping. Marvell up 1.7. Really good price action there. Wow, Dragonfly, guys. Look at DPRO. That's still pushing. New high spike there on DPRO. We are long. We are strong. Push it to the high side. Oh, these snowflakes are printing, guys. Yes, let's go, Snowflake. Go, go, go. SPY softening a little bit. Crude oil softening. Rigetti's up 5. Nvidia's flat. Intel's green. Google's green. NIO is green. Wow, look at that reversal wick on Nvidia. That is filthy. Snowflake still pushing new high of day. SPY just printed a new high of day. Holy moly. Getting some epic, epic price action. And still staying steady. MongoDB still staying steady. Opens staying steady. Nvidia's got some little bit of top wick distribution on Nvidia. Watch out for SPY. It could be alright, SPY is coming into a short zone here. This is definitely a little bit of a short zone on the S&P 500, especially with Nvidia getting some top wicks. Crude oil though breaking down, so that's a bit of a problem. Netflix is red, Tesla's pushing up 0.7. All your megas are green except for Nvidia. JP Morgan going slightly negative. Look at that selling in Nvidia. Whoa, nasty little top wick. It's kind of what I said at the pre-market is expect a high spike and then a reversal down. That's exactly what we're seeing right now. S&P 500 still trying to hold steady here. Nvidia getting sold into. Here comes the sell in the S&P 500. Look out below. Wow, nasty. That's filthy reversal, guys. That is filthy. All right, I am going to be taking profits on Snowflake just because the markets are coming under pressure. Actually, you know what? Let's let Snowflake hit 229 and then I'll take profits. 229 tap and I'll take profits on Snowflake. I want a little bit more on these calls. The spread is still too wide. But S&P getting dragged down by Nvidia. Tesla getting sold into. Nvidia now down 1.1%. Really weighing in on that S&P 500. VFC. Look at our VFC, guys. That is just a beast. Retail stocks, just an absolute clean move on some of these retailers. Trimmed half of my VFC $16 calls for about 70%. I just trimmed half. Markets are under a little bit of pressure here in the near term. Definitely coming in. Nvidia is seeing some heavy volume off of that 15-minute sell. Remember, Nvidia hit in the earnings lows all the way down at 172. Did take profits on my snowflake calls. I did take profits on my snowflake calls. Beautiful gain there on snowflake. About 150%. What a monster move. That was stunning. 220 calls. And snowflake's one that I'm probably going to look to take the profits and roll them out into a higher strike price. So that was a nice little trade. Beautiful trade. Very, very clinical. All right, IWM has been coming in from the highs ever since we've opened. NVIDIA obviously has been a little bit wicky up in this region. Snowflake still staying strong. MongoDB still staying strong. That one is blowing me out on my short side, unfortunately. But definitely stretched long in the tooth. NVIDIA is still trying to firm up just a little bit. BMNR's gone green. Palantir's gone negative. Rigetti, CoreWeave open. So some of your high flyers are still staying strong here. Looking at CoreWeave, that name's still staying strong. Looking at RGTI, that name is still staying strong. SMCI trying to hold steady. VKTX still trying to hold steady. Snapchat Marvell doing well. Ethereum up a couple. Carvana doing well. Healthcare stocks are under a little bit of pressure. Roblox up nicely on the tape. China names still under a bit of pressure. Apple's now gone negative. Looking at open trying to still push here. Look at this HRL, Hormel Foods, getting decimated. I wanted to short this one, but it just gapped down even lower. That's crazy. That's filthy. All right, S&P looking a little bit weaker here. Qs are still weaker than, nope, Qs are stronger than the S&P. Qs are actually the strongest indice right now. So you're still seeing some tech rotation. Snowflake hitting that 229 upside target, guys. Look at that. Resistance is being tagged on Snowflake in the near term. Be careful up here. Again, I'm all out of my 220 upside calls, getting about 150%. But over the coming sessions, I'm going to look to re-enter this trade. Definitely look to re-enter that trade again. All right, so Palantir getting sold into quite sharply here. Crude oil still struggling. Tesla's barely positive. SoFi is doing well. Intel slightly green. NIO, after it was seeing some positive price action gapping up, it's sold into again. So NIO looks pretty weak, like it's going to go into that gap fill. Let's look at how some of these other semis are performing. AMD performing quite well. Intel trying to hold steady. SMCI, that name's holding up. Okta is one that I'm looking at on the long side, guys. OKTA's into an interesting area. Had that gap up on earnings. Then they sold into it. Kind of interesting, for sure. Let's look at ASML. That one's under a little bit of pressure. ASML. No, I'm not adding to Mongo. I'm not adding. Let's look at Micron. That one's pushing up. Taiwan Semi. Taiwan Semi pushing up. Broadcom AVGO. That name's also pushing up. IWM's really coming in hard here, guys. That Russell 2000 is coming in decently hard. SPY's still holding above that high pivot zone. Very, very cool. SPY's still holding technical structure right now. Broadcom pushing. NVIDIA is still going through a little bit of distribution here. Just some minor selling. Losing your 10-minute EMA. MongoDB is just a one-way freight train to the upside. Interesting little rotation occurring in some of these names today. Natural gas, slightly negative on nat gas. RR trying to get bought up, but struggling a little bit. Palantir really struggling. NVIDIA is still struggling. Neo, NIO struggling immensely. NVIDIA still looking somewhat heavy here, guys. This market looks like it could be vulnerable a little bit. Market is coming in. S&P 500 looking like it wants to go negative on the tape. Dixie still holding steady. Palantir getting sold into. NIO, Neo dropping like a friggin' rock. NVIDIA dropping sharply. Things are looking a little bit nastier right now, guys. Looks like we're coming in hard. I mean, realistically, if we throw up a fib retrace of this entire move on SPY, we could be heading for a pretty decent retest. It really comes down to NVIDIA. What is NVIDIA going to do? But right now it's under pressure. All right, what else we got? GIS. Yeah, another down day for GIS. That name just cannot catch a bid to save its life. Let's look at where our volume zone is. So big level for SPY is right around the 646.35 zone. It's a pretty big level. Tesla is still holding up. Amazon Meta holding up. Google's ripping today. That's up nicely. Microsoft and Nvidia have gone negative. The Russell 2000 has now gone negative. So interestingly enough, retail stocks are getting sold into here, guys. This is why we took a bit of profit on VFC. Took some profits on Snowflake. That name is just a beast. That whole complex. ONDS starting to come in just a little bit off of a double top. But you are seeing some considerable weakness creeping back into this tape. Definitely some weakness creeping back into this tape. NVIDIA down right now 0.68, but off of the lows. SPY's trying to get bought up here. Nvidia still looking heavy. Microsoft getting sold into from the highs. That name is also negative. Again, this market could come under some pressure here. Palantir struggling, Pfizer struggling today. CoreWeave doing quite nicely. CRWV, but if this market sells, CoreWeave's probably also going to get sold into here. Look at the S&P 500, looking heavy here. Let's look at CRCL, Circle coming under some pressure. How's IONQ doing? It's not doing too bad. Let's look at Lulu. That's another retailer. That's coming in. Wow, that S&P 500 is dumping here, guys. Looking at Adobe, looking at Nvidia, it is starting to pull this market down a little bit. Briefly piercing the highs and now coming in hot and heavy. Oof. There's a bit of an aggressive bounce level at the 646, but I would look for this 5-minute EMA as a potential. But even that could still come lower. Wow. This market is selling hard, guys. Selling hard. A little bit more red starting to appear on the screen. Your IWM. So now you have Apple, Microsoft, Nvidia, Meta, Amazon, all red. Tesla, Google still holding up here. Dixie softening a little bit. Nvidia going for new lows here. Troublesome price action. Trouble in paradise. Look at the S&P 500, guys. All right, we have a long trade coming up, guys. We have a long trade coming up on SPY. Tagging support right now. I'm going to let it pierce that zone. I want to take it into this fib level. I'm going to take some 646 SPY calls. What a dump there. Oh my goodness, I wasn't ready for that dump that fast. Let it pierce. Come on, let it pierce that zone. Let me just see where 15-minute chart support lies. So, wow, yeah, we've had a pretty big move here. So you're tagging that 5-minute chart EMA, but is it enough? I'm thinking a sweep of these lows is necessary, guys. I'm thinking we need to sweep this low pivot. So that's kind of what I'm waiting for on the S&P 500. I'm going to take some upside call options when we sweep these lows here. Okay, that's what I'm looking at. Looking at SPY 646s. Ooh, things are getting nasty here. Microsoft getting hard. Yikes. Things are certainly getting a little bit dirty here. Trouble in paradise. Come on. A little bit lower, SPY. Come lower. So again, I'm looking at a long trade, guys. After we sweep this pivot, fall into this high, I would love to see it tag this 10-minute EMA and this fib level. So around 645 Pierce, I'm going to go long SPY. Nvidia's still dumping here. SPX is dumping. IWM trying to catch a bid. QQQ. I do have some support on the Qs coming up, but it's not there yet. Come on. This looks like a failed breakout or fake breakout on the S&P. Nvidia now down 2.1%. Things are getting filthy. I got a big long level coming up on SPY. Again, kind of a Pierce of 645. I'm taking 646 0 DTEs. Come on, SPY, get down there. I'm simultaneously watching the level with the Qs. QQQ has got to correlate with my SPY level. So I'm watching Qs and SPY chart, and when Qs hit my level, I'm going to be going long. Come on, don't do it. Don't do it. A little bit more SPY, and I will take a long trade. Come on down. We're still looking really heavy. Lots of sell side pressure hitting this tape. Come on, SPY. Nvidia is still a monster. It is getting dumped on. Looking like investors do not like the revenue growth slowing, going from double-digit revenue growth for the last several earnings prints to now single-digit revenue growth. And you have to anticipate that whenever a company is 4.4 trillion to continuously grow their revenue at a double-digit growth rate, it becomes almost mathematically impossible. And you can see the reaction from double-digit growth to single-digit growth. Nvidia looks like it wants to test those lows. I mean, let's see. We are hitting some hourly chart support on Nvidia. Daily chart, we're piercing your key moving averages. Oof, Nvidia is looking pretty dirty. Trying to stabilize just a little bit here for SPY. Come on, you got lower. Go lower. How low can you go? Come on, SPY. Snowflake is still a beast. Pushing 232 on Snowflake. What an absolute monster. SPY just going lower. Nvidia still looking heavy. Now you have Amazon, Meta, Apple falling. Microsoft still seeing some distribution. SPY Qs are negative. IWM still holding positive structure. Come on, SPY. We're getting close to a long, guys. We're getting close. But it has to simultaneously hit with my QQQ. All right, things are getting interesting here. Let's go. Let's fall. Qs are coming into support. Let's go. This is a high risk trade. They say don't catch a falling knife, but we're buying into a nice technical decline here. We're very close, guys. We're very close. QQQ is coming into my level. Very close. I'm looking at 646 zeros. It's aggressive. Nvidia is still selling hard. See, damn. Close here. Spy's getting very close. Come on, drop it down, Spy. Drop it down. Spy and Qs are still kind of neck and neck. Russell 2000 still green. Nvidia down 2.6. Meta slightly negative. Amazon slightly negative. Tesla still green. Come on down, Spy. Sweep that low. Fall into this pivot high. 10-minute EMA. 382 fib there. But the Qs are still slightly away from my long level. Qs are just slightly away. Come on. Nvidia is just looking so heavy right now. Again, I'm gonna spread my SPY call positions into two different buys here, and I'm gonna keep it light. I'm gonna keep it light for my portfolio. I'm gonna do 3 and 3 contracts on SPY calls. So I'm only gonna do 6 contracts total just because this is getting the volatility's pretty crazy today. So I'm keeping this trade very, very light. Right now, 646 0DTs are priced at around $1. Come on, sweep that low. Sweep it, hit that 10-minute EMA, right into a nice fib level. Come on, SPY. Come on, SPY. Looking at QQQ simultaneously. I wanted to tag this trend line, guys, this upsloping trend line. We do have 10 a.m. data coming up right now as well. So 10 a.m. data is set to come out. Home sales. Oh, 10 a.m. data is here. What is it doing? $10 a.m. data, trying to spike this market up a little bit. Damn, they didn't hit my level yet. Nvidia's still heavy. Dixie's trying to push up. Let's see what those existing home sales are. Whoops. Home sales are still coming out. Pending home sales are still coming out. Come on, keep going down, SPY. Gold still green, crude oil flat, Bitcoin up 1.3, Google's ripping, Tesla up 0.25%, IWM slightly green, natural gas slightly negative. Snowflake getting some continued upgrades here. Nvidia's trying to stabilize a little bit. Oh, come on, don't bounce us. Don't do it. Looks like they're trying. Bitcoin's still holding steady. Pending home sales, guys, come in line. 0.4% expectation, 0.4% result. Next data point is your natural gas. So pending home sales pretty muted there. So the dangerous thing about this market is that is this going to turn into a bit of a failed breakout? And do they want to take this potential inverse head and shoulders lower on the chart? Markets are still trying to push up. So SPY getting a decent bounce here. Never came into my level, but very positive reaction thus far. SPX 7-day moving average is sitting all the way down at 64.42. You're losing hourly chart support here on SPX, which is telling me we could still go lower on SPY. So this does look like a bit of a short the pop on the S&P 500. Does look like a short the pop. So SPY, if SPY retests kind of this opening range low, pierces this volume shelf again, it looks like a short continuation down. SPX looks like it does want to go lower. NVIDIA trying to stabilize. IWM has some top wick distribution now. Alright guys, so this long level on SPY is not as good anymore because we had a decent bounce off of it. We could try to stabilize and chop here a little bit, but we should potentially go lower on the SPY market. Here's could be heading to 570, guys, especially if NVIDIA sells even more. Snowflake all the way up to 237. What a beast. What a beast. Short SPY 646 put starter position 646 put. It's a very aggressive trade, but I'm short starter position. Hack position trying to look for a continuation move back down. It's very aggressive this area. Very aggressive. Nvidia's trying to bounce. Crude softening, Dixie softening. But I'm short the S&P here. Come on, SPY, come back down. Come on, take us another little, retest those lows. I would add to the SPY position at a move into this 647 pierce zone. I would add to my 646 puts. NVIDIA trying to stabilize. IWM has some top wicks. Dixie's curling down. Crude nat gas negative. Pushing Microsoft trying here. Apple trying. Tesla's about to go negative. All mega caps are green except for NVIDIA, but NVIDIA is catching a nice bounce. Qs are bouncing, SPY's bouncing. Big push on SPY. Still seeing this market trying to bounce. Crude is softening. Nat gas softening. The Dixie softening. 2-year yield still slightly elevated. Nvidia is still trying to firm up. Strong on the session. Take a look at Google ripping here to the upside. New 52-week highs on Google, printing to the upside. Tesla not looking too good. Tesla going negative, coming in pretty sharply here on Tesla. Uh-oh. Tesla's really, really struggling. Full bear mode on Tesla. That's troublesome price action there. Google's still just a beast right now. Tesla's heavy. Microsoft still trying. Nvidia still trying to bounce here a little bit. Microsoft still acting well. IWM still trying to push. Bitcoin up 1.6%. Markets are trying to stabilize here. Palantir still struggling. That's down 1%. Some of your staple stocks selling. UNH still struggling today. S&P 500 still slightly negative, but trying to go back to the positive side. Nvidia's bouncing. Microsoft curling slightly lower. That stock is negative. Apple up. Google's ripping though, 1.7% up on the session. Tesla's trying to bounce just a little bit. Tier's still curling down here. PLTR. Google's still ripping to the highs. Tessie unfortunately getting sold into still near the lows for Tesla. QQQ is still trying to press to the upside right now. Microsoft seeing a little bit of distribution. Nvidia still trying to bounce. Healthcare stocks XLV at the lows for XLV. That should hurt the S&P. Financials are starting to curl a little bit lower here. So the reason we're bouncing here is your tech stocks are trying to bounce and insulate things. RSP today, guys. Let's take a look at that. So looking at RSP, guys, RSP is really weak on the tape, which is why your S&P 500 is struggling today. Getting a small bounce here, but RSP coming in. Financials curling down. XLV under immense pressure here. You do have a lot of sectors that are still showing signs of distribution in this tape. So a majority of sectors are red right now. Regional banks, retail's red, energy's red, staples, real estate, utilities, healthcare, and consumer discretionary all red. XLK is green, industrial's green, financials are green, and communications are just barely green. But looking across the board, there are a lot of things that are showing that we should go lower. Tech is kind of just stopping the selling in the near term. But healthcare super weak, trying to break the opening range low on XLV. Just look at some of these sectors on the side here. Look at a lot of the sectors are red right now. And the green ones are barely green, so we'll see if it wants to go lower. Tesla's running. Tesla's trying to bounce. That's showing some life here off of the lows. Healthcare going lower. Roblox still doing well. SMCI's turned negative. Open is up 8%. Mongo's still trying to push up 4.7. DPRO's green. GDX has gone negative. Interesting. So the US dollar index is near the lows, trying to bounce off of a bit of a 10-minute double bottom. We'll see if it holds. Probably going to sweep that low, but Dixie's under pressure. IWM seeing more sell side pressure, about to go negative with the S&P 500. Can see SPY's really struggling at this previous point of control. Volume shelf. A lot of trading just occurred there. And again, guys, this is looking like a failed breakout on the hourly chart of the SPX. It has 14 minutes left in the candle, but it's looking like an hourly chart failed breakout. So off of this hourly chart failed breakout, depending on where we close, we can kind of use this candle range to give us a downside target of, call it 64.37 on SPX. Okay, so we'll see. Has 14 minutes left to save itself, but it is under pressure. Come on, give us a downside move. Microsoft curling in just a little bit. Google still acting amazingly strong. Apple right now curling slightly lower on Apple. Apple's still slightly green. Crude oil still softening. Gold still pushing 34.10. Dixie still trying to stabilize just a little bit. SPY still trying to rope in more liquidity. Perhaps the next down leg in Nvidia. Let's see if they want to bounce it. So Nvidia did hit hourly chart support, but underneath some of its 10-minute chart moving averages, SPY is trying to push back up. Roblox has been strong today. That's just shaking off any sort of selling. Very strong price action, Roblox. Wow, Okta getting slapped here. Ambarella reports earnings after the close, and it's looking very good. SMCI still struggling. AMD struggling a little bit. Micron looking pretty decent here. Broadcom looking pretty decent. Skyworks, SWKS. That name's coming in a little bit. Crude oil, IWM, and crude are softening. Look at the Russell small caps. Going back to the negative side now on the Russell. NASDAQ, go figure, considering Nvidia's down on the tape, you still have the NASDAQ stronger than SPY. That's kind of an interesting divergence. You wouldn't have expected that with the NASDAQ. Look at the dump on SPY. Puts are absolutely printing now, guys. Come on, give us these 645. Sweep those new low of day. Take us into the profit land. Come on. Yeah, the Kiddler's not letting Roblox fall. Come on. I want a nice chunk of change here on these SPY puts. Come on, SPY. Give me a new low of day. Come on. Ah, stubborn market. Very stubborn market. Apple's still curling. IWM still trying to curl down. Crude oil still under pressure. Google coming in a little bit. Tesla under a lot of pressure for Tesla, guys. I'm hoping Tesla declines again because I'll look to roll out into some farther strikes. JP Morgan still slightly green. Netflix is struggling. Come on, SPY. Drop it. Tesla knifing here, guys. Tessie is knifing to the downside. Nvidia looking a little bit weaker. SPY still trying to stabilize. We'll see if the market's Tesla's really falling sharply here, guys. IWM still negative on the tape. A little bit of a distribution play in the IWM occurring right now. S&P forming a bit of a bear flag. Nvidia forming a bit of a bear flag. I'm watching AVGO, Tesla, Microsoft, Apple. Microsoft curling down. Apple still green. Google, Meta, Amazon still positive. SPY is trying to firm up here a little bit. Nvidia trying to firm up. Dixie still weak. Palantir still struggling, down 1.3%. Natural gas storages come out in roughly 8 minutes. Nat gas inventories. Let's see what the expectation is for nat gas. 27 billion build. All right, so SPY still seeing some top wick distribution. I mean, the price action, the Russell's looking extremely heavier. Tesla's looking even heavier than the Russell. Nvidia still trying to stabilize down here. I'm still short the S&P 500, but it's chopping around here, holding quite steady. kind of coiling for a move. You got Google, the strongest mega cap on the session, still trying to punch to the high side. Broadcom is your strongest semiconductor mega cap, pushing to the high side. So another metric, if this name starts to sell, you better watch out. Snowflake is just a monster, testing 238. That was our big Grand Slam hit of the day. MongoDB still pushing to the high side. Absolutely a monster. Monster. Tesla's still knifing down here. Let's look at AMD. AMD coming in a little bit. Nvidia going through another little wave of sell side pressure here. We'll see if Nvidia wants to come even lower. Let's look at Microsoft on the other screen here. Microsoft curling down. Nvidia curling down. Tesla curling down. Tesla really struggling here. Apple holding quite steady. Dixie still weak. Basically just flat on the SPY trade. Could have taken 12%, but looking for a little bit more of a bigger move. I'm looking for SPY to go to the lows of the tape. Microsoft falling off a little bit here. Nice rejection on the market so far. Come on, Apple curling, Microsoft struggling. Microsoft's breaking its opening range low. That's bearish. Nvidia's below its opening range low. That's bearish. Apple right now still holding. Dixie trying to double bottom. Tesla just knifing down 1% on the tape. Come on, take this market lower. Pay us on these puts. Pay us. S&P, I want these 646s to go in the money. They're trying to defend it yet again. Crude oil still soft. Come on, nice top wick distribution. Natural gas heading into inventories is down slightly, 0.31%, trading at 289. SPY 646 puts are in the money, but I'm looking for a low of day test. Come on. Knife us down. Nvidia heavy, Microsoft heavy, Apple heavy, Tesla heavier. Palantir's looking heavy. Some of your leaders are starting to break down again. Come on, take us down. Crude oil is looking heavy. NIO negative. Intel's gone negative. Broadcom's still holding steady here. Interestingly enough, GDX is negative despite gold staying positive. Still trying to hold SPY steady here. Come on. AMD's still green on the tape. Microsoft slightly red. Apple just turned slightly red. Google still up 1.38%. Gold still above 3,400. Amazon's still green. Meta's still green. Apple's just turning green now. Tough, tough tape. They do not want to give a big move down just yet. Still trying to rope in some more liquidity. Oh, and they're trying to push SPY back higher here. Still down. Slightly. Nvidia, Microsoft, Apple, your big boys are down. How can this market stay up? It's going to need some more broad market participation. Come on, SPY. Just dump it already. Bear flag, lowercase h, head and shoulders pattern. That would be nice if this broke down into a head and shoulders. It's a little premature on the right shoulder, but if this breaks that down here, you're looking at a 642 target potentially on SPY, guys. Bear TP. Nvidia coming in. SPY 646s are in the money. Come on down. Come on down. Natural gas inventories are set to take place. I'm going to pull that up on my other screen here. We got inventories. Nat gas is gapping up here, spiking to the high side. Here we go. Inventories are out. It's a way lower than expected build on nat gas. Inventories come in an expectation 27 billion build. It came in at 18 billion. Much less of a build than expected. Wow. 27 billion expected versus 18 billion actual. Nat gas is set to rip here. Very bullish print for nat gas. Very bullish print. Those nat gas equities because nat gas is breaking out to the high side now up 1.51%. Huge intraday gap up. An intraday gap up is extremely bullish. We could see some liquidity start to flow into names like EQT. AR should catch a bid. RRC. You know, there's a lot of different tickers here that could catch some bids just purely based off of natural gas alone. So natural gas spiking right now to the high side. S&P still a little bit weak here. Nat gas now up 1.44%. Trying to move. Trying to move. Nvidia still struggling around 177.85, below its opening range on Nvidia, losing its hourly chart support level. I should say it's losing its hourly EMA 113, but still holding the 200 hourly moving average. Look at nat gas spiking here to the upside. Big push in natural gas. I like it a lot, guys. I like it a lot. Keep squeezing oil. Keep squeezing natural gas. Look at that epic breakout on the natural gas chart. Natural gas is going, like I said in the pre-market, don't be surprised if natural gas gets a bullish print and it tries to sweep this previous week. Tries to sweep this weekly candle, which means that nat gas is going to likely test $3, $2.99 and change. Look at the squeeze in nat gas, guys. Huge push to the upside. Who's long Boyle? We are long Boyle. We are long a variety of nat gas equities, but things are looking crazy for nat gas. Look at that move. Big push on the S&P 500 as well. Oh, nat gas is squeezing here. My oh my. Up almost 2% now. Get me my popcorn. What a move. What an absolute beast. Nat gas stocks are catching some fat green candles. Nat gas is really starting to move here, guys. S&P 500. I'm pushing right back up. Natural gas still squeezing up 2.4% and ripping, going for that $3 level. Nat gas is squeezing here. 15-minute chart gap up. You don't often see that in a commodity like nat gas, but wow. Big push. That's a strong print. That is a strong print. Oil long is printing. Our boil long is printing again. I'm looking at a move into this $3 level to trim my boil. Nat gas is a beast right now. Apple Topwick, SPY, still seeing some distribution here. I'm still riding my 646 0DT puts on SPY. Tesla getting smoked, down 1.5%. NIO down half. Nvidia is still struggling. Microsoft curling down. Topwick's on Apple. Come on. Now the Dixie's starting to pop. This is where the down leg could occur in the S&P 500. Come on. Nat gas is still squeezing. Look at that back handle to the upside, guys. I've been trying to pound the table on nat gas. VKTX, strong day today for VKTX. You're still getting rejected here a little bit. Come on, squeeze nat gas. Squeeze it. Squeeze it. Come on. SPY, drop it down. Crude oil catching a bid. Nat gas catching a bid. Dixie catching a bid, guys. Nat gas is still squeezing here. Perfect trade by us on the long side there. UNG squeezing. Boyle, our Boyle long is absolutely printing right now. I love it. S&P 500 still looking a little bit distributive here. Apple's trying to firm up. Nvidia still holding 15-minute chart support, hourly chart support, losing 10-minute chart support. Oof, look at this move in natural gas. What a beast. What an absolute beast. Man, that print was filthy. 9 billion less than expectations. That is a nice fundamental change for nat gas to push higher. Really good. S&P 500 still just chopping here. Nvidia trying to push up. Nvidia trying to push here. Come on, SPY. Come on down. Nvidia's trying to firm up, guys. Nat gas still going for that weekly sweep. Look at this potential weekly bullish engulfing on Nat gas chart. Hard to see with all those indicators, but it is a beast right now. Squeezing to the upside on heavy volume. Squeeze it, Nat gas. Squeeze it. Look at that move. Bang, bang, Nat gas hitting that upside target. I'm trimming half of my boil here, guys. Excellent little trade there for Nat gas. Beautiful to see. All right, so we are seeing the S&P pushing to the upside. Again, I trimmed my boil. My boil long took with members off the 2691. Just trimmed half, moving stops up on the trade. That's a great trade. Nat gas now up 3% and still moving. Look at Boyle go, squeezing. Absolutely squeezing. Nvidia still trying to firm up here. Wow, nat gas is just rocketing here. VKTX doing quite well today. So VKTX is moving into that gap window on the daily. Nice move. We're long commons off that 2462 zone. Tesla trying to bounce. Nat gas still trying to squeeze. Needs to do a little bit of backing and filling up 3.3. Gold still pushing. Crude oil just turned positive. S&P 500 still trying here. Google still strong. Amazon pushing to the upside, breaking out of an inverse. Tesla retesting that breakout zone. That's a big level for Tesla. It needs to hold or it runs the risk of falling much, much lower. SPY's still pushing here. Nvidia still trying to consolidate. Microsoft, Apple trying to firm up a little bit. Seeing the S&P, Qs, IWM, all trying to firm up here. Dixie's also trying to hold a bit of a double bottom here. IWM's actually still looking a little weaker. But your US dollar trying to hold steady here. So look at the difference between the IWM. It is coming under some near-term distribution. Trading at the lows there. Apple looking like it's trying to break out of its opening range high, while Nvidia is testing its opening range low. Nvidia is still trying to push while the Russell's coming in. Nat gas still pushing. Crude oil flipping green. Tesla bouncing, but still down 1%. Microsoft slightly negative. Apple trying to push for a high pivot breakout. Google still strong. Meta still showing strength. Amazon really, really strong. Apple just printed another little high of day. SPY 646 is there. I did add to my SPY puts. It's aggressive. But Apple's pushing here. That could be a bit of a problem. S&P looking a little bit more constructive. Trying to recapture that OR low. Back above your volume shelf. IWM is coming in. Nvidia is still looking a little bit stronger here. Apple's pushing here. Really strong push on Apple. Nat gas still holding above $3. Bitcoin still up 1.6. IWM still looking a little bit heavier here. If IWM loses this little level here, it's really going to probably flush down into this 234 zone. So you're having a little bit of divergence between your mega cap and small caps. Big push on Nvidia, only down 1% now. Nvidia is trying to make a move back for its opening range. Wow, big push on the S&P 500. Apple still surging. Tesla still down 1.2. Google still strong. Strong as an ox. Dragonfly still up another 9.98%. That ONDS up 12.43. Amazing price action there. Open is up 7.9. VKTX still strong. Snowflake still up 18. S&P 500 still trying to push. QQQ leading the charge up 0.42. Healthcare stocks still under pressure today. Hood is up 1.28. China stocks under pressure. Baidu's turned green though for China. Natural gas still up 3.16%. We did secure a bit of profits on our boil. Apple, Nvidia are ripping now. Ripping here. Wow, look at Apple surging here. Liquidity coming into Apple at full force. Nvidia starting to surge as well. Nvidia trying to recapture some key levels. Back above its OR low. S&P 500 still trying here. IWM not really performing the same as your S&P 500 stocks. Top wick distribution hitting Apple. IWM still trying to come in just a touch here. So looking at the hourly chart of SPY, you're getting a really big retrace of this initial hourly sell candle. IWM coming lower here, starting to drip lower on small caps. The Dixie is starting to firm up just a little bit off of this double low. So we'll see if there's a correlation between SPY and the Dixie. If the Dixie wants to go green here today. Gold right now still holding fairly steady. A little bit of top wick, but GDX is negative on the tape, which is telling us that maybe that Dixie wants to potentially try to push for green price action today. Certainly had the backdrop of the data this morning that we got, initial jobless, GDP, core PC. It certainly has the backdrop to take the Dixie green. I'm surprised it's negative on today's session. Looking at the Russell is breaking down here below its opening range low in a little bit of a bearish environment. I'm down on my SPY puts right now. Average is 80 cents on the 646s. Natural gas coming in a little bit. Bitcoin still pushing. S&P just barely green on the tape. IWM still getting heavier here. Still getting heavy. SMCI barely green. Nvidia is seeing a little bit of selling on the 10-minute chart. Apple's still strong. Tesla's still selling here. Tesla's almost trading with the small caps today. Not really trading with the QQQ. Big divergence between the Qs and Tesla. Really large divergence. Looking at Google, Google's still remarkably strong. Meta seeing a little bit of distribution. Microsoft still trying. Apple still strong. Nvidia a little bit of 10-minute sell side pressure. IWM again loses this level and then should have a pretty big fall. So Google and Apple are extremely bullish. Amazon extremely bullish. Tesla bearish. Nvidia kind of mixed price action but leaning more bearish. Microsoft struggling. Meta struggling still. Small caps really, really struggling. You're definitely seeing some capital rotating today. Just put this away. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Appreciate that. Yeah, I was just talking. So Apple's seeing a little bit of top wick distribution. SPY right now is still trying to hold that opening range low. Nvidia is still trying to hold its prior day opening range low. Crude oil trying to firm up a little bit. Nat gas still up nicely on the session, but seeing a little bit of distribution. The US dollar is trying to firm up just a touch. Had a lot of stocks turn green on the tape. Tesla still struggling, down 1.1. NIO down slightly. CoreWeave still strong. They got the big shout out from Nvidia on the earnings call yesterday. SoFi up 3. Intel slightly green. SoundHound's pushing. Snowflake's still strong. I'm really interested in Marvell's earnings tonight. That'll be interesting to see what happens there. I am long into Nvidia earnings. I haven't traded many stocks long or short into earnings, but there's been a handful, and Snowflake was one. Marvell's another one. It's obviously risky, but all right, SPY still chopping and holding that OR low, but we haven't really confirmed that break yet. Apple's going through a little bit of selling. Nvidia still chopping around. SPY trying to push here. DPRO. Name's still acting quite well. Good little trim on our VFC today at the highs. That was a really good trim. Open is still trying to squeeze here. OPEN. That was a good little exit yesterday. PLTR making a nice bullish recovery. That is green on the session. Apple's starting to see some top wick distribution, guys. Got to watch that because Apple's been the culprit for pushing this S&P up here. Google, you got to watch as well. Amazon had a really nice intraday reversal. Look at that move on Amazon. Kind of almost just sucking up Tesla's liquidity. Tesla's still struggling, but trying to hold that breakout zone. IWM still trying to bounce, but it's underneath its opening range low. Dixie trying to push for 98 bucks now in the US dollar. Nvidia curling slightly lower. And I'm still setting through a bit of volatility and pain in these SPY 646s. We've technically still had a failed breakout on the hourly chart. Although the markets are still trying to push, we technically had that failed breakout. So I'd be surprised if we don't see a little bit more selling here. Nvidia curling down now. Apple's still acting well. Dixie's still trying to push. Palantir back to the negative side. Nvidia getting a little bit heavier here, guys. Seeing some more sell side pressure hitting the tape. IWM still holding. Top wick distribution in Apple again, IWM. Crude energy market is still trying to push up a little bit more. Come on, take these 646 back to the lows of the session on SPY. Come on. SPY looking a little bit heavier here. Come on, SPY, give us a move back down to the lows. Still holding some structure here. IWM has a little bit of top wicks. Dixie still trying to move. Crude oil catching a little bit more of a bid. So you have the WTI crude trying to catch a bit of a bid here. Dixie trying to catch a little bit more of a bid here. Bitcoin curling slightly lower. Apple, a little bit of reversal back down on Apple. IWM still looking like a bit of a topping formation here on the Russell. Look at the SPX and SPY. They're trading right at that OR low. Just sitting right at that area. Natural gas still up 3%. Your Dow components are weak on the tape. Tesla still extremely weak. Microsoft running into prior day high resistance. Obviously Nvidia is trying to hold things steady here. Bit of sell side hitting your small caps, IWM. UNH down 1% today. More selling hitting Ethereum. More selling hitting the general market. So far you have KRE down 0.59, retail down 1, Dow Jones Transport's getting clobbered today, down down 0.72. Materials are down sharply. The only sector is green, guys. Considering we've had this move up, more sectors in the S&P 500 market have gone negative despite the move up in the S&P. Relative strength is still breaking down here, guys. RSP near the lows of the tape. You have every single sector negative except for XLK and XLC. XLK up 0.42%, but relative strength in the S&P has broken down right now. Every sector red except for two of them. Your real estate sector, material sector are under immense pressure today. Nvidia does look like a bit of a 5-minute bull flag pattern, trying to consolidate. KC Fed August manufacturing index production versus -3 for June, employment versus blah blah blah. That's not important. That's not important. All right, the dollar's still trying to push here. Got a higher 10-minute close. Crude oil still trying to push, climbing up here in the energy market. What do I think of Palantir calls? Well, I would love to see Palantir retest this major low, or at least do a little bit more of a retracement. But anything below 150, you get a little bit more interesting. Still a very expensive company, so you just got to keep that in mind. But 160 calls, depends on your time frame. They'll eventually play out. But I'm looking for a little bit more of a lower retest on Palantir. I still think the stock is extended, but still technically under its volume shelf here. If it recaptures this volume shelf on a couple daily chart closes or a weekly chart close, then it looks like it's going to push higher, but I'm looking for lower on Palantir. To be honest, my bigger swing trade level is around this 134, 133 area. I don't know if it's going to get there. You have a huge reversal candle here, but max pain would be to sweep this candle here on the daily chart and stop out the bulls at the low. I'd love to see that. Don't know if it's going to happen, but I'd love to see it. But I only get interested in PLTR around a 150 Pierce. But it's looking like it's trying to hold some intraday higher lows. And obviously it's a market leading stock, so it trades with the S&P. S&P at all-time highs. Qs are at near all-time highs. So if the markets remain firm, that stock likely is also going to continue to remain firm. All right, NVIDIA making another little push here. Apple getting another little push. Nat gas still above 3. Crude seeing some sell side. A little bit of top wick selling in NVIDIA. Again, I still don't like the fact that even though we floated higher on the S&P, you still have majority of sectors red on the tape. You're seeing more concentration creeping back into your tech stocks, semiconductors. IWM firming up now. JP Morgan's turned green. Boeing still struggling a little bit. Tesla still down 1.3. Home builders are struggling. DKS, Dick's Sporting Goods, that's down 5.7. Upstart is up 5.3. S&P 500 going for another push. AFRM, that's up 2.86. First Solar's up 3.4. Oracle up 1.8. NTNX down 7. Let's look at NTNX here. Trying to come up off of the lows. How is CrowdStrike doing? CRWD. Look at that bullish reversal on CrowdStrike. Wow, filthy. Huge reversal. Let's look at HPQ. Also a nice reversal back to the upside. Very strong price action there. Nat Gas going for another high push. Chipotle struggling today. Stoneco up 5. UPS, another down day for UPS. This ticker on a long-term basis, I mean, eventually it's going to carve out a bottom. So depressed for UPS. Pretty impressive. Pretty impressive. Let's look at Broadcom today. That's been the leader in semis. Broadcom coming in a little bit. It's kind of interesting. has been one of the stronger semis of the session, so it should be watched. SMR up another 4.5%. What else we got going on? Canopy Growth, that's up 12. Aurora up 5. Airbnb, slightly green. KC, what is this KC? SPY punching through the highs, breaking out here. Very strong price action, hitting another value area high for SPY. Absolutely ripping. And it's your mega cap tech once again, pushing this market higher. Going for this gap fill on the Qs. Qs are almost into that gap fill. What a beast. Alright, so SPY absolutely crushing my puts. Looking like they're trying to push it for another high pivot breakout. Chegg is up 3.4. IQ doing nicely today. Let's look at IQ. Another China ADR. Looking very constructive on the daily IQ, as if it wants to push higher. Interesting. Electronic Arts EA is down today. Seeing a nasty little bearish pattern forming on EA. Not a good sign. Not a good sign for EA. Let's look at Fubo. Fubo had an announcement that they were starting another cheaper service line. Initial pop got sold into a little bit. Interesting. Walmart's basically flat. How's AEO doing today? That name tried breaking out on the retail strength and got sold into a little bit. Abercrombie and Fitch still trying to make a move here. NKE, how's Nike doing? Nike also seeing a little bit of selling. Let's look at Lulu. Lulu coming in. How's Victoria's Secret holding up? Nasty reversal in Victoria's Secret there. So a lot of your retailers got sold into. After initial strong move, they're all getting hit with sell side pressure. Let's look at Uber. Uber starting to come in a little bit, breaking your 7-day. Let's look at Lyft, LYFT. That's also trying to come in just a touch. Oh, how is CDNS? I love this stock. CDNS, that's looking constructive for a push to this high pivot. So 380 calls on CDNS look very interesting now. It's a quality company, most profitable in its class and sector. Oof, Micron today is ripping as well. That's near the highs. Looks like it's going for its gap fill on Micron. Datadog up nicely today. DDOG up over 5%. Pushing. Lululemon's still struggling. Hershey struggling today. Yeah, Hershey's also looking pretty bearish here. Like it could break down. Interesting. Let's look at Kava. CAVA. That's still going through some distribution. TTD. Oh, look at Trade Desk. Nice move on Trade Desk. So let's look at these space stocks. ASTS. Still holding that 7-day. Trying to get a bullish cross of the 7 and 20. Looking pretty decent. RKT. That's coming under some pressure. Rocket Labs. That's actually still holding some technical structure above your daily chart moving averages. How's uranium doing today? Uranium, another solid potential breakout candle. Oklo is probably ripping. Yep, Oklo back to the highs. Up 6.7. SMR, I saw that earlier. That was doing quite well. Interesting price action here. Crude oil seeing a little bit of top wick distribution. The dollar's still trying to consolidate intraday as if it's trying to firm up. A little bit of selling hitting the tape here. Nvidia still acting well. AVGO, a little bit of selling coming back into the Broadcom, but we'll see if it wants a new high of day. Friggin' Amazon is just on something today. Jeff Bezos took some steroids this morning. Look at that bullish pattern on Amazon forming. Pretty clean. Pretty clean. NIO still looking heavy. Neo. Nice bounce on EQT, guys, with nat gas soaring and roaring above $3. Looking very, very strong. Come on, SPY. SPY's getting a little bit heavier here. Still riding my SPY puts. I'm down right now, but I still think we can come back down to the lows of the tape on SPY. That would not shock me. Right now we're just ferociously strong. A little bit of a topping formation intraday on IWM. IWM breaks this low pivot. We could sell down to your 10-minute EMA. Come on, SPY. Give us a little bit more. Dixie's trying to firm up just a touch here. Gold is also selling off a little bit here, guys. So gold could be foreshadowing a little bit more of a rise in the US dollar. A little bit of intraday analysis there. So we are seeing the IWM looks like it's going for another low of day. Come on. See if we can make money on these 646 puts. GDX down 1%. Tesla getting absolutely hammered today. So they're doing such a Tesla going for new lows on the session. But look at this fake breakout on Tesla. This is filthy what they do to people. This is why I exited my 340 calls, because honestly, what they're doing on Tesla is just nasty manipulation. Nasty. Tesla does appear like it's had a fake breakout on the daily chart and also potentially on the weekly chart. Obviously, there's still time left, but not a healthy looking chart. S&P 500 coming lower here. Nvidia is still holding firm. You're seeing sell side pressure hitting Apple. Bigger drop in SPY. Come on down, SPY. I've been patient, and this is the nice thing about position management in 0DTEs. If you go into the trade risking whatever you put into it, you can sit through pretty big swings. You can sit through a 50-60% swing pretty easily. Tesla's still selling off here. Getting nasty. It is getting nasty. Gold still trying to come in. Dixie trying to firm up. Big level here for the S&P. This is sitting right at your point of control volume shelf. You lose this, and you are going down to the lows because the market is doing what? Looking for higher highs or higher lows. What do we have here? Potentially your first lower high. We'll see if that transitions into anything. Obviously, at the simultaneously, the market could be looking for a higher low here, so we got to watch it and wait and see what happens. But we now have an intraday channel to use to trade against. Resistance, supports. Come on, get heavy, SPY. Get heavy. Getting heavier. SPY is getting heavier. Come on, we've been patient with these puts. Only down about 10 cents now. 646s are waking up, guys. Nvidia selling off. Look at that. We're almost break even. Come on. Tesla new low of day for Tessie. Apple's falling hard. Nvidia curling down. Look at them drill Tesla. Whew. Nasty decline on Tessie, man. That is filthy. Come on, SPY. You know you want those lows. SPY wants new lows. Come on, lose this point of control volume. That would be extremely high. Look at them knife Tesla. My oh my. Tesla is coming into some 20-minute chart support, but you're knifing through that like a hot knife through butter. Looks like it wants that 30-minute chart support. Oh my oh my. Poor Tesla. Yeah, Tesla wants lower. Look at the S&P drilling here, guys. Come on down, S&P. Come on down. Apple getting super heavy. Dixie's still trying to pop. Nat gas up 3.3. Remember, your relative strength in the market is not there from the broad market. So you have to watch tech stocks today because relative strength in the S&P is weak today. So if tech stocks give up any of their gains, then this market can go significantly lower because you have no relative strength across the broad market today. And I was showing you that RSP chart today, and RSP is still weak on the session. So you really have to watch your QQQ, your XLGs here. You know, XLGs near the highs. Amazon still acting well, but coming in a little bit of top wick selling for Amazon. Again, Google and Amazon have been very strong on the tape. Nvidia is trying to lose its prior day low. SPY's still looking pretty heavy here. Apple is coming in a little bit more now. Let's look at Mr. Softy. Microsoft starting to come in. Nvidia breaking down. Broadcom. Come on, SPY. Get heavy. Get heavy. Broadcom, your stronger semi starting to come in. Micron has been strong on the tape. AMD looking like a bit of a bear flag going negative here. Lowercase h pattern on AMD, guys. That is your heaviest SOXX component. Looking like AMD wants prior day low, guys. AMD wants prior day low. That's what this lowercase h bear flag pattern is suggesting. So just keep that in mind. AMD has a huge weighting in your semis, and it is under pressure. Under pressure. Looking down on me. Come on, SPY. Give it to us. Take us profitable. Take us profitable. S&P 500 back to the negative side. QQQ still slightly green. Can we go negative on the tape in the Qs? Look at our puts. They're waking up here now in profit, guys. I want these 646s to sweep those lows. Come on. They're not even in the money yet. Come on, SPY. Drop it down. Drop it down. Nasty 15-minute bearish engulfing candle. This 15-minute candle closes in 30 seconds and you've engulfed 1, 2 of your previous bullish candles and almost this other candle here. That is filthy. They are certainly doing nasty things. Look at AMD fall. AMD's triggering bearish pattern. Nvidia holding right onto that low, prior day low. Natural gas still holding steady. Crude oil, a little bit of selling. Come on, SPY. Take us down. SPY still looks like it wants to go lower. They could chop it here a little bit, but that selling was nasty on SPY. Looks like we want to target this channel and your fib level, our initial long level. Little facelift, Apple trying to bounce just a touch. Bit of a bounce here on the S&P, individual names. Tesla still down 2% on the tape. Nvidia down 1.21. SPY just barely negative with that decline. QQQ still up 0.3. IWM down 0.14. Majority of sectors in the S&P are red, guys. Nvidia trying to hold prior day low. Crude oil softening. Nat gas still curling up. Dixie still trying to push. Trying to bounce a little bit here. Big bounce on the S&P 500. Once again, people buying the dip. So we're trying to hold that 5-minute EMA 113 on SPY. Big bounce. Also a potential bearish formation on SOX, guys. H pattern hasn't triggered yet, but it could be trying to. So nice bounce on the S&P 500. We'll see if it wants to hold. AMD still looking a little bit weaker here. Nat gas still climbing. So SPY trying to hold back above that volume shelf. Pretty impressive bounce. Chopping a lot of people up and out. They sold into the breakout buyers here. Falling sharply. AMD still struggling a little bit. AMD looking a little heavier down here. Drop in here sharply. Spy right back up near the highs of the tape. That little London sell side candle really has been eaten up. So crude oil really broke down there. A really nasty breakdown on crude, softening the Dixie, helping the markets in the near term. IWM trying to firm up off of the lows. QQQ still looking pretty productive right now. Microsoft acting well. Apple still doing well here. Google still trying to push. Amazon still acting very well. Tesla still weak on the tape, but trying to find a bit of a bottom here. 20-minute chart support. SP trying to bounce here. Crypto stocks are breaking down a little bit. Ethereum looking like it wants to go negative. BNNR barely catching a bid. Mara still holding up. Coinbase, okay. MSTR looking pretty weak. What is Marvell's earnings going to be today? Hope they gap it up right into that 90 zone. Open. They're drilling rocket today. That's down 2.27. They are still hammering Tesla here, guys. They're getting some bearish flow hitting the tape on Tesla. Look at that. Sell hitting the tape in the S&P 500. Natural gas still grinding here. So Nvidia still down 1.46, Tesla down 2.48, S&P holding slightly positive, QQQ up 0.28, Russell's up slightly on the session as well. Nvidia trying to lose its prior day low. So we're seeing a little bit more sell side pressure hitting Nvidia. Never a good sign when you're below PDL after you had a V-shaped recovery. It does look like things are a little bit dicey. And when you look at Nvidia or AMD triggering that bear flag H pattern, AMD's target price today is 164 if this plays out. Obviously it would likely take the whole market down. Nvidia is still getting heavy here. All right, guys, I'm gonna grab some lunch. If anything changes with trades, I'll jump back on. So we have had Ethereum go negative. Crypto under a little bit of pressure. BTC still holding structure here. But you are seeing Ethereum going through a bit of its own distribution right now. Again, a potential little head and shoulders formation that wants to trigger on Ethereum. So you can actually see it better on your 20-minute chart here. You're sitting right at that neckline. We'll see if it wants to trigger. Again, you're seeing some nice price action on the swing trade side on these nat gas equities. Hopefully I put them on your radar. AR, EQT, RRC. Beautiful price action in those names. PLTR once again struggling a little bit. But natural gas still trending to the highs. Nvidia still a little bit weaker on the tape. All right, guys, we are back here for Power Hour. S&P has been trending all session long. I've issued quite a few number of upside alerts to the TC options group. So we are still trending to the upside. SPY is breaking out here. I'm just going through other charts, seeing if there's additional swing trades. Today I've trimmed 2 positions on the options group. Profit secured. I also trimmed my Boyle position in the investing group. And I've taken now 1, 2, 3, 4 different trades, new options trades. QQQ 583 calls for tomorrow. I think that's a bit of a, I don't know, it's a tough one. It could happen for sure, but it's a tough stretch. You know, it's another 0.89%. I would be a little bit happier with that if you gave yourself a little bit more time. I know you're looking for 0 DTEs, high risk, high reward. If you're going to do the 0 DTE play, or 1 DTE, I guess, just size it appropriately because it does look like it's going there for sure. I am in upside SPY calls, but I got a few weeks on the clock, personally speaking. You're up 30%. Nice. That's good. Yeah, I'm not up nicely on my SPY calls as well. I bought this little dip here, down here on SPY. You'll sell at the close? Okay, good stuff. Honestly, the way they're trending this market, it looks like they're gonna keep squeezing us into the end of the day. And to be honest, I mean, the Qs have triggered a nice little bullish breakout. There's a beautiful flag pattern here. That's definitely triggered if you want to draw as a flat top or from those pivots like that. It's definitely broken out, so simply measuring this little bull flag pattern, you get a 579 target. That could hit today. So 579 on the Qs could hit today. Yeah, sharp drops and sharp pops, right? Mornings are definitely crazy. But you can also see there's this weird looking inverse head and shoulders pattern on the Qs. The S&P charts are much cleaner in my opinion than the Qs. But you can see the QQQ has an upside of, you know, above 587 just based off of quick measuring. All right, so let's look at some other names on my master list. Under Armour's been going through a bit of sell side distribution, trying to build a base down here. It's still likely going to go lower. Let's look at Vale. Vale's had a nice move up. Oracle's been continuing to show some strength today. Chegg pattern looking good. There's a bunch of China stocks that are looking weak. There's a bunch of China stocks that are looking strong. Chegg looks like it's staging for a nice momentum breakout, at least back to these highs here, but likely it's going to try to break out of this little bit of a W pattern on the daily chart. It's looking pretty clean, Chegg, for sure. And you've recaptured the 20 on the weekly, trying to get that bullish cross. Chegg's looking constructive. Let's look at WDAY, workday. That's made a nice recovery as well. Lennar, home builders are under pressure today. So this is a name that's been strong, but backing and filling a little bit. Let's look at Peloton, PTON. If you guys want me to look at any charts, let me know. We can do a quick review. S&P, a little bit of selling. Peloton looks like it's going to go lower, hanging onto that daily 200, but looking a little bit weaker. CRM's looking constructive for more upside. Adobe's trying to put in a little bit of a tail candle. Not quite a bottoming tail. It would have to do a lot of work, but bouncing off of your 20-day moving average on ADBE. Let's look at Zillow. Zillow's bouncing. IBM. Yeah, IBM's gone through a nice sell-off. Trying to grind higher, recapture some of the short-term moving averages. Yeah, this one could bounce. Weekly 50 moving average, tagging that. I would still think maybe there's one more low sweep until the true bottom is in, but market is strong. Mara, nothing to do there. Alcoa. All these commodity-based stocks look strong. Alcoa is certainly looking interesting. I think that that's a name that's probably going to try to keep pushing. Snowflake obviously up nicely today. Biogen under a little bit of pressure. Aflac, AFL, not looking too bad. Let's look at Chubb, CB. Do there. Monster, MMST. So Smith Klein, GSK. Let's see what's going on there. It's got some momentum to the upside for sure on your daily chart, weekly chart. Interesting. ACGL. Nothing to do there. Let's look at Zoom. Zoom's a strong chart. Tough to chase it off of this move, but strong price action still. Oh, the Starbucks has just been so choppy and sloppy and can't seem to hold any of its gains. Back above the 7-day today. Could be the precipice of a W bottom here on Starbucks. We'll certainly have to wait and see. SE, after having a down day yesterday, bouncing, recapturing that 7-day. Strong name on SE. FFIV, also another strong name, consolidating right above that pivot. Looking pretty decent, I think. So we got Lending Club Teradyne, TER. SPY's just continuing to grind, guys. Continuing to grind. One of those days. One of those days. Push it, push it, push it. Fubo up nicely. Visa's getting ready for its next little leg higher. Consolidating on the daily. Looking constructive. Very constructive, actually. Really big pullback on VFC. Nice trim there on that name. Mondelez, MDLZ, retailer, wholesaler. Look at SPY just pushing. Keep going. Jeez, we could have our 652 calls in the money tomorrow. ATT. Beezer Homes, BZH. It's coming in. It's like a Caterpillar, Kitty Cat. Yeah, Caterpillar wants new highs as well. Looking pretty strong. Hood's still going through a bit of distribution. PayPal looking very constructive here on the daily. Above the 7 and 20, getting that bullish cross. Flattening out all of your other moving averages. Looking pretty good on PayPal. We'll see if Qualcomm can catch a bid. Qualcomm should run and play some sympathy as long as Apple remains firm. Look at them squeeze the S&P, guys. They are squeezing it. Big push on the S&P. Nvidia still hasn't gone positive. Tried going positive. Nvidia's curling down here as the S&P's pushing. Dixie's trying to soften a little bit. Sorry, Dixie's trying to firm up a little bit. Financials are still super, super strong. Financials are basically flat on the session here. Home Depot struggling a little bit. HD still just digesting its gap up move. XYZ looks ready for another leg higher. Block. It's like a Pinterest, PINS. It's like a DocuSign. DocuSign's looking pretty good. Breaking out. Next stop 78. GameStop's just been building a base here. Filling. SBAC. Wow, SBAC getting killed today. WBD. A little bit of pressure today. Netflix is strong on the session. Looking like Netflix is going to break out again. Disney. Yeah, Disney looking a little bit vulnerable. Got plug power. HCA. HCA is very strong itself. Spotify. That's coming under a little bit of pressure. UPST strong, Datadog strong, Roblox strong. We've looked at those already. Ambarella set to report earnings after the bell, going into with a bull flag. Looks like it's going to gap up, but we will see. FSLR is strong today, but I still think it's going to go a little bit lower. I do have a buy level on FSLR. EMPH still just digesting, but I think it's going to go lower, still in a big downtrend. ADP. ADP is an interesting chart here, guys. This one's probably found some support. The only concerning thing is this dividend, actually. So we'll see how September 12th dividend expiry date. So this one I'm actually going to keep on my radar for a long. You've been holding this daily 200, building a little bit of a stage 1 basing right on your daily 200 support. It's looking clean, like it's going to pop up, but this dividend, you could experience a little bit more selling into this dividend. Volume today is anemic. Anemic volume. Let's look at waste management. Another stock that will eventually catch a bid. Waste management typically does get that bounce off that daily 200 moving average. What else you got? I would wait though for that weekly 50. Probably a sweep of that 219 pivot. All right, let's look at GD, General Dynamics. Very strong chart. Nothing but momentum. Nothing but upside momentum on GD. Nothing really to do there, in my opinion. Let's look at Kraft Heinz Ketchup, KHC. Still just consolidating, looking like it wants to eventually break out, but backing and filling. FTV, yeah, weak chart. Weak chart on FTV. Not looking good, too good. Stitch Fix, STX. Whoa. What a beast. STX. Oh my goodness gracious me. Well, that train left this station. Let's look at Duolingo. Duolingo is another one. Another one I'm watching here is Duolingo, guys. This one could be ready for a long. I don't hold a position, but I'm very tempted even today. I've looked at it twice now on my own, and this green moving average is your 1 year, 365-day moving average. You're kind of holding a little bit of a weekly double bottom support. You've built a nice base. Duolingo looks ready, guys. It looks ready for a long. I'm even thinking about just tucking this one into the long-term port and calling it a day. Oh yeah. Oh yes, Duolingo. What's the chain looking like? One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8 times 2, so 16 weeks of selling. 16 weeks of selling, 4, 8, 12, 16 is basically 4 months. Cool. Duolingo. Expensive. Oh, contracts are pretty expensive right now on Duolingo. October's, November's. Let's look at the October's. Oh, well, 380. 390 at 7. $380 on the Duolingo is about an 18% upside move. Can it do it in 2 months? It has a tendency to run. Let me just work on this a little bit. November. November earnings. Those are expensive for November. It's almost like they know they're going to gap it up. It's almost like they know they're going to gap it up. All right, I'm going to keep scrolling through here just to see what else is going on. Nvidia is getting pretty heavy here into the close, so we are seeing a bit of distribution hitting SPY. The gambling is about to start here in a few minutes. Final half an hour, you'll see the 0DT chain start to blow out a little bit. Hog is catching a nice bid. Align Healthcare, ALGN. Let's see what's happening. Daily chart. Yeah, Align is still struggling down here. Deep, dark depths below. Trading at the COVID 52-week lows. Interesting. SPY's getting heavier here. Definitely some profit taking occurring late in the session so far. Hmm. SMCI just can't get going. That name has been struggling. CDNA. Looks like it's trying to break out of this flag pattern on CDNA. ARK, ARKK. Let's see what ARK is doing. ARK is obviously just consolidating at the highs, market strong, so ARK's performing quite well. GitLab GTLB, that name's acting quite well. Wow, looking like it's going to do a 3-bar surge on the daily. GTLB doing very, very well. RDTT, that's holding steady. Devon Energy still holding steady. SPY still coming in a bit more. CCJ uranium still absolutely soaring. Thinking about shorting Oklo up here, guys, but it's just such a dangerous name to try to go against. Uranium, one more sweep, and I might short. One more sweep, and I might short it. I keep that on watch. DRS. DRS bouncing off of that EMA. I like that. I like that a lot, actually. I like this chart a lot, guys. DRS. DRS is looking very, very good. Nice flag pattern. Looks bearish on the daily, but this is a trick right off that EMA 113. It's been holding. You've tried breaking down once, twice. Now you're pushing up. Looking very, very good. Momentum. You still have upside momentum on the weekly. Monthly chart still has strong momentum. So DRS looks really, really good here. All right, let's keep scrolling through some other charts here. KKR. That's still backing and filling a little bit. GTX. Backing and filling a little bit. RENT, rent. Trying to break out. Still needs a little bit of time. Still strong on that name. VMC. Flagging. CFLT. Let's look at CFLT. Wow, now into its gap window. Yeah, looking much, much better. CFLT. BILL. Still holding insanely strong. ASAN. Asana trying to get a little bit of a bid. PCOR. Let's see that name. Or SPR. Nothing to do there. LPSN. That's under a lot of pressure today. Gapping down. Interesting. DAKT. Still strong momentum bid. GDRX. GDRX coming in a little bit. AI is still looking weak down here, but trying to recapture some short-term moving averages. What else we trading? Hertz HTZ. Hertz has been trying to digest that little bit of a news pop. LSPD. LSPD, guys, looking pretty strong, triggering an inverse head and shoulders. This one's got some momentum behind it. 4-hour chart, hourly chart pattern looking like it could squeeze. Light speed commerce, kind of around that whole package technology software bid, Snowflake, Mongo, CRM, etc. So Lightspeed looking very constructive here. It's definitely triggered it on the hourly 4-hour chart. Intel right now still green. Microsoft, Netflix still strong. Pin still good. Let's look at QS, QuantumScape. Yeah, QuantumScape still struggling down here. Still struggling. Let's look at Roku. Roku's a beast. Wow. TD Bank, that's under pressure. Nasty reversal. Wow. Jeez, look at these Canadian banks though. Telling me that we're not printing money? Look at this Bank of Nova Scotia rally. Canadian banks have been crazy. Crazy. But look at that tombstone reversal on TD today. Earnings on TD, they gap it up and they reverse it. That's filthy. All right, final 25 minutes left in the tape. S&P 500 still holding pretty steady here. I'm just looking for other swing trades. I've already found one just doing this little afternoon alert, but I've taken quite a few new positions today. closed a few, taken a couple new ones, so we've been pretty active. Been pretty active. UNH has made a nice reversal off of the lows. That stock was under a lot of pressure during pretty much the whole session, and it's made a nice reversal. Very clean reversal to the upside. All right, what do we got? What do we got going? CLFD. I haven't looked at that in a while. Clearfield. Maybe it's ready to break out. Push, push. EXTR. Yeah, EXTR's got a lot of momentum behind it. Wow. So the big one after the bell for us, or for me, is Marvell. I am long Marvell. I'm already up on the position. This is an end of year trade. I'm in the $90 Jan 16th calls. We took it down here, started accumulating. So I am up right now, but earnings can either, well, even if it falls on earnings, I mean, we still have time in the Januaries, but I would like to see it firm up. SPY getting sold into here. A little bit of a decline coming into SPY, but look at Marvell up 4% on the tape. Beautiful. And I think Marvell is going to beat for a couple reasons why. I think Marvell, this pop here that came early morning one trading session, I remember trading it. They raised their guidance for one of their aspects of their business. It's escaping me, but they raised their guidance by about 6 million or so for one of their, I think it was their cloud computing. They raised their guidance. So I'm expecting Marvell's earnings to come in pretty decent here. Last report was 1.9 billion. This time it should be over 2.01. You're kind of into a new category of revenue. So breaking the 1 billions now into the 2 billions. Ryan Allen saying we will sell puts for earnings. So bull's a tough one. Bull's a tough one. I don't know even know why TradingView doesn't have it, but it is their earnings today, correct? Yeah, it is their earnings. So here's the thing. I think Webull's earnings should come in strong. You have the stock market at all-time highs. So you think about the broker commissions, people trading, stocks at all-time highs usually means that brokerages are printing cash too, whether it's from managed accounts or just brokerage trading fees. But I think Webull is probably going to catch a bid, but I hold no position. You're looking at hood leaps. Yeah, I mean, leaps on hood probably will work out, Ryan. Obviously, it's going through a little bit of backing and filling. I would want to see it at least retest the 50-day, but realistically on the weekly chart, I mean, you're still super extended up here, but it's consolidating here. So hood leaps will probably work out. I mean, you give yourself a year to 2 years, and this is probably higher. But I don't like it yet. I would love to see it retest this $90, $81 area. That's kind of where I'm trying to hold out for. Whether I get it or not, we'll see, but that's at least what I'm waiting for. All right, so Tesla, look at Tesla's recovery today. Huge knife through that support, getting bought up right off of that 7-day. Very strong bounce for Tessie today. Very strong bounce off of the lows. SPY getting bought right back up. You want Sound to hit 10 bucks? Let's look at Sound. Yeah, that ticker Pissed me off. I lost money shorting it. Let's take away this. Yeah, I'm waiting for sound to hit that EMA 113. It should hit 12. I think it'll hit 12. I do. I think that'll hit. Yep, I think that'll hit, Caleb. Sound at 12, it should hit. Be patient with that name. I can't believe how strong this ONDS is. It's just an absolute beast. Honestly, one of the strongest stocks up 11.74%. Look at this daily chart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 consecutive green candles in a row, which result in about an 88% move. I mean, extended beyond belief. Extended beyond belief. Non-profitable companies getting those bids. All right, big bid in the market, guys. Nvidia pushing to the upside, going positive here, or trying to go positive here. S&P trying to push higher. Tesla still down 0.9, Nvidia down by 0.39, Amazon up 1. Google has been ripping up 2.2%. Google, the most profitable company in the world. Not the biggest, but the most profitable. Here comes the volatility. You overtraded today? Yeah, that happens. That happens. Yeah, I lost shorting SPY on the day trade, but I'm still up on the session. Snowflake printed my profits for me today. Snowflake is where I made my money. And then a little bit off of VFC as well. It was a swing trade side. It was a very successful swing trading day for me. From natural gas to Snowflake. Yeah, I would say it is getting harder to trade as well now. The markets are very, very complex. They're consistently getting smarter and smarter, the algos. I think things are getting more manipulated. Stocks are going higher and farther in a quicker succession than what I what I've seen back in previous trading years. Stocks are going deeper in corrections, so I agree. There is a trickier landscape for sure. I've had to adapt some strategies, change up. It's been tougher to short stocks in this market. You have to pick them very carefully, very carefully. And granted, the market's in a bull market rally, right? So rising tide lifts all boats. But I mean, I'm still up on the year. I've made some nice gains, and we still got time left to make more money. And there's quite a few active positions I'm holding on the long side of this market. I am net long this market with a couple key shorts in place as hedges, but predominantly all my positions are long exposure right now. My portfolio is pretty large right now in terms of the amount of positions I'm holding. Beautiful job on our AR $32 calls. Those are absolutely flying. Yesterday we took EQT calls pretty much near the lows. Those are printing to the upside. UNH has just turned green. AEO trying to firm up. AEO. S&P 500 new highs. New all-time highs. So nice to see the S&P 500 leading this QQQ market. Notice how the QQQ, so the top, or probably we're going to get a pullback in the market when the Qs make an all-time high sweep here. So I think the S&P is going to remain pretty firm here, trending to the upside, all-time highs. Really the level that I'm watching on the market for a pullback is QQQ into this double top. So that's where I think the bigger resistance comes into the market. So tomorrow's price action, everything's 0DT. Friday, I would love to see a gap up tomorrow. I would be looking to trim a lot of my long exposure. Well, certain key positions I would trim, and then I'd look to fade the market off of a gap up. If that's how it plays out, if they gap the market up tomorrow, I would love to see that. That would be ideal for me. Oh, I hope Marvell just gaps up. I hope Marvell gaps up. SPY coming in a little bit from the highs. Gold's still strong. Nat gas up 2.6. Crude oil up 0.9. Bitcoin up 0.7. Ethereum's been weaker on the tape. Tesla weak. Nvidia is still down 0.5%. Dow Jones Industrials went positive. SPY lagging Qs. Qs are leading all major indices right now. IWM slightly green up 0.18. Amazon strong. Google stronger. Apple pretty strong today. Microsoft pretty strong up 0.74. JP Morgan, that's been well. Netflix strong. They are squeezing Marvell right now. They are absolutely squeezing Marvell. Wow. So again, we do have some earnings. Autodesk after the bell. That should be right at 4 o'clock. IREN, IREN, Petco, ticker WOOF. You got Sentinel One, that's ticker S. AFRM, Affirm Holdings, bolstering a 25 billion markup. You got Ambarella. You got Dell Technologies, 89.95 billion market cap. That's a pretty big name. That's at 405. Marvell is set to report. So you still have Ulta Beauty, Gap. There's some interesting names reporting, guys. For me, Marvell. When is Marvell? So most of them are at 405. A few of them are right at 4 o'clock. Affirm at 4. Sentinel 1 at 4. Wolf at 4. Autodesk at 4. SPY, new high of day. Pump it. Sending it. They are sending SPY right now. Oh, guys, the amount of I live in a pretty secluded area, and the amount of Dragonfly vehicles I'm seeing here, ticker DPRO, is pretty crazy. I'm seeing all of these Dragonfly delivery vehicles everywhere in Canada in my area, and I mean, the fact that I'm seeing so many just in my little area, pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. They cannot keep SPY down. Look at that, selling and then boom, right back up. Grinding higher and higher. We're already up about 15% on our SPY calls. Swing trade side that we entered. Looking for more though. Looking for a lot more. So Autodesk got sold into here late in the close. It's almost like whenever I see this, someone definitely knows something, but that being said, most of the time I see a big sell-off like this into earnings, they often gap it right back up. But we'll see. We will see. Marvell, Autodesk, Dell, ARM. Ooh, ARM is also set to report earnings today. I forgot about ARM. Wow. Is that for real? No, that's wrong. ARM's not set to report. They reported already. That is wrong. Oh, sorry, I missed Affirm. I forgot to look at the F. Affirm. Sentinel-1, set to report. IREN. SPY getting sold into here in the close. So I say thanks you all for tuning in. Nice job if you're able to secure some profits with us today. I'm going to be doing some recording after the bell here on the earnings reactions. But we'll see everybody tomorrow for 0DT Friday. But pretty much a little bit of a dip here into the close, guys. Thanks for tuning in.